Well, well, well. Time to go kill some puppies in the woods or whatever we're doing. Honestly, don't know. I just hope it lasts the evening. Otherwise, I haven't set up Oblivion yet. But I'm pretty sure it'll last the evening. Where's this thing? I'm testing my other mouse today. I ordered 2 mice. The cheaper one. Turn the music off. It's called Blood Moon, right? Yeah, it is. Right, we were giving his men some booze. They were getting antsy without booze.
I asked you to investigate why the morale has been low in the fort. Have you learned anything?
Wants us to speak more to the soldiers. What is it you want? I heard you were asking around about this being a dry fort. I'd feel a whole lot better talking about this if I had some booze to wet my whistle. I heard you might have some matzi on. I could sure use. Luckily, we're apparently an alcoholic and have all the alcohol in the world on us. Sure, take it. A bit of masty does me good. I won't forget this. You've been asking around about why this is a dry fort, right? Look, I'm not sure what caused all this. I just know what I heard from Antonius Nuncius. That the captain had placed a ban on all alcohol at the fort. And sure enough, there was none to be found. The priest? He's not bad, I guess, for a priest. You'll find him at the Imperial Cult Shrine here at the fort, though he keeps an office upstairs from the armory. Could be in either place. Seems to understand us soldiers pretty well. He was telling us just the other day how it seemed unfair that the captain had cut us off from the drink. He figures that's one of our few pleasures on the dung heap of an island. So this captain is playing both sides or something.
I'm all ears. Speak freely, friend.
We need to go out here.
You seem to be doing all right for yourself. What can I do for you?
What did I do to deserve this?
That is not the right one. There it is.
What can this humble priest do for you?
Antonius Nuncius. Yes. Oh, no. Yeah, no. Yes. All that the captain would ban liquor for his troops. There's no understanding some people. He tells me he never banned alcohol. Told you that, did he? I guess he never officially did. Still, the shipment stopped arriving. What's to be done about that? Well, I have no idea why, but I am but a simple priest, forced to serve these pathetic soldiers on this terrible frozen excuse for an island. It's not my concern why the alcohol hasn't arrived. You have no proof I've done anything wrong. Stop asking me these questions. Okay, so he has done something. He has done something. It. If there's a reason to suspect Antonius Nuncius, find the proof. If you feel you have it, confront the man himself, then report to me. Let's do this right, Cashew. Okay. Maybe if I install drivers for this mouse, I'm not sure. I feel like
a pleasure to meet you.
the form factor is slightly better than the other one. The other one is more expensive, but I have like really tiny girly hands, so I'm like super specific about what I use. It's almost impossible to find something. I've got nothing more to say about him. Go talk to him if you want, or wait for him in his office. It's in the armory. Wait for him in the... Okay, where's the armory then? Curtain wall. Armory. Upstairs. Because this mouse has more or less the same issue that the other one did. Which is when you lift it, it reads for too long, so it's hard to like move it. But it got fixed when I... Oh, you got some booze there? You've got even more booze here. Holy shit, you're a boozer. Is that a word? Although the strange lock appears to have been disabled, this closet cannot open without the key. Okay.
Yes? Yes?
Why have you been hoarding all the alcohol? Yes, terrible thing. Don't know why you would be asking me about it. Did I mention how the shipment stopped? Well, I have no idea. You've been in my desk? My desk? You've been in there. Why, that's an outrage! Stolen liquor? I have no idea. Alright, perhaps I have been hiding the alcohol. It was for their own good, and I had hoped that if the soldiers got fed up and revolted, I'd be able to justify going home to my superiors. Look, I don't want any trouble from you. I need to report this to Carius. I'm finished. I'll leave this island now. At least not alive. I'll never leave this island now, at least not alive. Carius will have my head. What have you done? I hope you're happy, Cashew.
Yes? What can this humble priest do for you?
How about now?
Yes? What can this humble priest...
Aw.
Yes?
I thought he was gonna be happy. Oh, I'm so happy to see you.
Keep moving. I asked you to investigate why the morale has been low in the fort. Have you learned anything?
You say that Antonius Nuncius started this whole thing because he wanted to go home. The twit! I could have had him reassigned had he just asked me. Now though, I think he might do his best work here, saving the souls of my men. With the new abundance of liquor at the fort, someone will have to deliver their salvation. Thank you for your help, Cashew. Take these. There are diseases on this island that we have never encountered before, and the weapon may serve you well. Now on to more fort business. Your common disease, sick, I'm immune to it. Silver Sparklet. I mean, the thing is, the DLCs, like, both of these they're so badly designed. Like, they make no sense at all. They are so dumb. Like, they're fundamentally flawed, design-wise. Because Tribunal is the first one. But Tribunal is designed... It's both designed to be done after you finish Morrowind. You kill Dagathur. But at the same time, it's designed so that you're supposed to do it, like, instantly. Because you keep getting hounded by the assassins forever if you don't. So they're like forcing you to do it. But if you do it, then you ruin the game. Because everything in Tribunal is like 10 times better than it is Morrowind. So you go there and you instantly have like a Daedric Tanto, and like you do 2 quests, you get a one of the better Ebony Spears in the game. Like it's so fucking weird. And this DLC is... This one feels like it's meant to be done from the beginning, because all the gear here is terrible. Like it's just a bunch of like wolf pelts, and they're like obsolete when you're level 10. It's super weird, but at the same time, it's like that's kind of how you would want to expand on the content in a game like this, I think. To expand it horizontally, not vertically. But it's still, they're like so separate that you have to like specifically go there. So it feels like you're like not supposed to, or I don't know. I do not understand these DLCs at all. Because right now they're not good here. Like doing it later. You just insta-kill everything. Or in Tribunal, it's either you insta-kill everything, or they have like... They take like 100 hits to kill, for some reason. So ready for this game to end. As I've told you, not all of my soldiers here are trustworthy. Many were sent to this fort in lieu of Ebonheart's dungeons. Now, I fear that a criminal element has shown itself at Fort Frostmoth. I believe that there are weapons being smuggled out of here and sold on Vardenfell. I've noticed the store of weapons in the armory has been decreasing, and I know there is no official reason for it. My only guess is that someone is smuggling them off Solstheim to be sold on Vardenfell. I want you to uncover this smuggling ring, and I will provide you with a bit of help. I would like you to work with one of my soldiers on this case. There are 2 available to you, and they are 2 of the best here at Fort Frostmoth. Zanus Lucius and Gaia Artoria. You will find Lucius in the general quarters and Artoria in the general quarters, upper level. Speak with them and decide which will be your companion. When you have unearthed the smuggling ring, report to me. I leave how you deal with these smugglers to your discretion. Okay. Like, I fail to see how Oblivion can be worse than this, but maybe it manages.
Keep moving. Yes?
Captain said you'd be by. I'm supposed to assist you with something?
Boobies! Gonna work with Guy instead.
You seem like very good company. Captain Carius mentioned that you might come to speak with me. How may I assist you?
Ah yes, this smuggling ring. Captain Carius mentioned something about that. I would be glad to help. Though I'm admittedly not the most handy with my blade, I believe I can help guide you through this conundrum. Morrow bears? I don't get it. Hello Kira, how are you doing? But we're actually I don't really get it. Like I think Morrowind is like the entire country. So the island that we have been on is not Morrowind. It's Vardenfell. So there's more to Morrowind than this? Or is this like Morrowind and then just Solstheim and Mournhold are also part of it? I'm not sure. I hope you're fine. No, I'm terrible. I feel like I've had a fever all day, but I don't. I have like too low body temperature. It's weird. What are we doing? Gaia Artoria will have to perform the other tasks that Captain Carius had for me today, but no matter. Let us find these scoundrels. Booze. Heard that's gotten taken care of. About time. Orcers. Odd beasts. Seem fairly docile, but they can be vicious if provoked. Yeah, okay, so what do you want? what are we, what are we supposed to do? There's weapon smuggling. There, weapons being smuggled. I suggest we speak with some of the soldiers here at the fort. A motley bunch, to be sure, but some of them are fair soldiers. I've developed quite a rapport with a few, in fact. Why don't we begin by speaking with Zeno Faustus? He's an interesting character. We'll find him in the armory. Alright. I hope this storyline is going to be going anywhere, because I don't understand what we're doing.
What is it you want?
Wow, rude. Honor to you, Nerevarine. Yes. To you too, homie. Smuggling? Well, if you're with Lucius, I guess I can tell you what I've heard. Check out the Gandron Caverns. It's a bit northeast of the fort. I've heard a couple of the soldiers talk about the place. They mentioned weapons that were stashed there. Look, you didn't hear it from me, though. I'll deny it. Okay.
I wonder if she heard me say that.
Is that a barbarian?
Be careful out here in the wild, friend. There's more roaming about than just wolves and bears.
Whatever. Northeast cavern. There's a dryad. No, it's not a dryad, it's a Spriggan. Three lives? They got 3 lives. Is that it? Just resurrect twice? Okay. I don't like having NPCs with me, because I don't know if they can heal. And if they can't heal, then they're just eventually gonna die. There's another Spriggan. Let's avoid it if we can. Gandron Caverns. Rats! Rats!
You're mine.
See, why is he immortal? I'm level 48! Why are you immortal? Don't have any paralyzed cure potion.
I will enjoy this.
Die! Alright, let's repair the weapon. Maybe we can do some recharging. Well, so we might as well use the amulet. Give us plus 100 enchantment before we do. Now we actually do big damage. Big damn. On the rat. Yep, that's what I want to use it on. Absolutely. Wolf helmet. Healing potion. We actually need healing potions. Need to remember that. I haven't been bothering because we basically never die. Like, we never get in the position where we're even remotely about to die. But then all of a sudden there's like one fight where you actually take damage and then you need healing potions. Takes too long to do anything else. Yep, there he died. See what I'm saying? I'm gonna let him die. Well, maybe we can restore him with revive NPC Morrowind. Alright. Let's save. Gonna lose his gold first. No, that doesn't seem right.
Speak freely, friend.
Alright, let's keep going. Huntsman's Axe. Nordic Male Right Gauntlet. Don't want it. Don't want it. Like, I would never cheat normally, but this game is just so jank.
See what you're made of.
Wait, look, I don't want any trouble. I heard that you were working with Sanius Lucius, and everyone at the fort knows that Lucius is a reasonable man, so maybe we can make a deal. I'll get off the island. Leave the weapons behind. You just let me go peacefully and don't cause any trouble with Carius and I'm gone. And look, I'll give you this nice axe as a little bonus for keeping this quiet. Carius will never miss me and I'll just disappear. Ask Lucius about it. He'll give you good advice. No, come back here. I'm gonna kill you. You don't get to smuggle weapons and live. After I stop being paralyzed. Now this guy's gonna be like, stop right there, criminal scum! Oh. Thank you. Nord Mead. Plus 30 strength, minus 30 agility. Don't like drinking beer. At least. No, I accidentally soul trapped him.
I'll make you're made of.
Did this guy just put burden on me? Oh my god, don't die again. Show respect, Dark Elf. Do not flatter me. Alright, alright. We gotta bribe you. If I... Come on! The Nerevarine ring. And... Tilvani bug mask. There we go. Now he likes me. Doesn't make any difference at all, but likes me. Rats! Oh, sorry. Did it again. Was this here before? Guess it was. The fort! The creatures! It's horrible! And the captain, I haven't seen him. Find Artoria. She may know what to do. Okay, no, it didn't look like it has been attacked.
Let's set aside our rival.
Let's see if Artoria is still just chilling upstairs. in her room.
You want
Yeah, of course.
something, friend?
Yes, I want you to get out of the way. I hate this game so much. He's gone. Those creatures took him during the battle. Someone has got to find the captain. And where's Lucius? He's dead too? This is horrible. There was an attack. Some kind of wolf creatures. I don't know exactly how it all happened. We were outmanned, but the soldiers fought valiantly, especially the captain. When it was over, he was gone. I didn't see him go down, so I assume he was alive. My guess is that those savages from the Nord village have something to do with this. We need to find him, Cashew. There are a bunch of savages that live on the northeast tip of the island. The Skal, they call themselves. I'll mark their village on your map. A bunch of animal spirit-worshipping freaks. Wolves, especially. What does that tell you? I'm sure they know what happened to the captain. Now you go find out. They're not likely to trust you, so take this. They'll like it. You should stay with them until you find out what happened. Get in good with them. Earn their trust.
You've got to find the captain. The fort needs
We must
him.
find Captain Carius. This place will fall to shambles without him.
This guy
Yes?
counts as dead currently. Because he died. And that just sets the flag and we can't unset it. Even if we resurrect him. It's so stupid too, because you can just
You
like,
seem
check
like
the
a very
NPC.
intelligent
Like, is he alive? Like, why does it have to be a completely separate flag? Just check the NPC!
What's your
Where'd he go?
Not in a million years.
Greetings to you. A pleasure to meet you. Yes?
He's just gone. I don't care. Whatever. We can go talk to that Nord now. Maybe capture some more souls.
You will die where you stand.
There's a bear? There's a bear and a bunch of wolves? Come on, bear. I'm sad I didn't make the AoE big enough. Should have been 10, not 5. At least I think it's 5. Yeah. Plague bear. What do we have here? Sunstone? Okay. I hate those guys. Do they have to reflect magic? Serious, right?
You there? Can you help a warrior in trouble?
Hail, Cashew. I'm not sure what your business is out here in the wild, but I'm glad you're not one of my Skal brothers. They'd surely wonder why I'm not inside the barrow, killing the Valbrander Draugr. It's the Draugr that resides here in Valbrander Barrow. I'm supposed to kill it, you see, single-handedly. Killing a Draugr is a task every Skal lad must complete before becoming a man, only I can't kill it. I've tried. It nearly slit my throat. But I can't return to my village until it's dead. Say, maybe you could help. You could go with me, serve as a distraction. That wouldn't be right, Ingmar. You got to kill this creature yourself. You're right, I know. I just fear that if I confront the creature again, it may be my end. So be it. Farewell, Cashew. Only I could buff you or something. I'll just kill it for you. Okay. Don't worry about it. Nordic Silver Claymore. Was one Draugr. Scary. There's Drug Santa. Hollow tree stump. Blood-stained note. S. Here's the equipment I told you about. Remember, the weak deserve no mercy. Okay. Shadow Sting. What? Cast when strikes. Poison 5 points for 20 seconds on target. Chameleon 200 to 100% for 26 on target. What does that mean? What? Why is the minimum higher than the maximum chameleon? And why is it on the target? That's so weird. Ring of Raveneye, 45 marksman, 20 points. Night Eye, 20 points. 45 skill security, 20 points. Sneak, 20 points. Keep the rest I didn't even really want any of it.
Oh, welcome to Thirsk, friend. You should speak to Skull.
Enjoy our
I take
mead
it she
and
wants
kinship.
call and wishes to meet all new arrivals. What is it?
Captain Carius. Isn't he the one in charge at Fort Frostmoth? He's with the Imperial Legion, like the rest of them. No, he's here. Fort Frostmoth. What? What am I supposed to ask? You're the leader. Isn't he the one in charge of Frostmoth? Oh. Right, I'm supposed to give them mead. Maybe someone else wants mead. What? No, I'm in the wrong place. Oh, phew. Thank you. This is Thrisk. We need to go to Skal. Jesus Christ, you're scary. Goddamn horkers. Got a Nordic silver axe in him. And an old wet note. Winterfist. It is as we had feared. Angry and her rabble are intent on stealing the Snow Prince's armor from Jolgeir Barrow. My men drove them off, but they grabbed the helmet. I know they're hiding somewhere here on the island. They've been seen before near Lake Fjalding in the Frict Ice Cave. So try looking there. I'll join up with you as soon as I'm able. Heinlein the Heavy. Alright. I saw someone here, but that's just a berserker.
Give in. You're dead already.
An unarmed berserker. Here's someone.
I'd like you to meet Erna. We have a love my wife would never understand.
Oh, okay. Let me introduce you to Erna. Have you met my love, Brander? Damn homewrecker. Ice Main's hut.
You've got the better of me, so go ahead.
You're not of the Skull. Speak with Thurston Hartfang in the Great Hall. He's our leader. Is the Great Hall? Oh. That's the Great Hall.
What's this all about? What do you want, stranger? Why are you among the Skull?
The Skull wish you no harm, but you will mind your manners while you are within our walls. We will make no exceptions. Now, what is this I hear about an attack on the Imperial fort? Those soldiers. Pah! They cut their trees and dig their holes, and have little to show after a day's toil. They do not respect this land or its creatures, and for that I find them offensive. But though I have no love for them, the Skull would never do such a thing. We prefer to let the Imperials kill themselves slowly. But these creatures that attacked, these are not wolves of this island. Now, have you finished your business here? You say you brought the bones of one of our ancestors. Stupid Imperials. They need to learn to leave things as they are. Still, it is good that you have returned this to the Skull. Perhaps there is hope for you, your kind. You are welcome here for the moment, but there is much to atone for. The Imperials in their fort have brought nothing but harm to these lands. They cut the trees and dig the earth. They are wasteful, lazy, and careless. They have no comprehension for the oneness of the land. It is this oneness from which the Skull derive our strength, and the Imperials have defiled these lands. Oneness, this is what gives the Skull power. It is the balance of our lands, the trees and the waters, wolf and bear. The Imperials have no respect for this balance, and we pay the price. Through their callousness, the Imperials have upset the natural order, the oneness of the land. This is their nature. It must be balanced once again, and the All-Maker appeased. I wish for you to make things right, Kachu. You will be the one to restore the power of the Skull. It is right that you do this. It is in your people. It is your people who have caused the damage. Speak with Kors the Wind-Eye in the shaman's hut. He will give you further instructions. Okay. That here.
What's this all about?
Ice main. No. Shaman's hut. There.
Greetings to you, Wanderer. Why have you returned to our village?
What do you mean return? I can tell you no more about this. If there is information, Hartfang will have it. I'm sorry I can do no more. Restore the power of the Skull. Hartfang wishes for you to do this, does he? Then I will assist you. There is a ritual that must be completed. On Solstheim you will find 6 standing stones, each representing one of the 6 gifts of the Allmaker. At each of these stones, a ritual must be completed. Once the ritual of the gifts is complete, the oneness should be restored. It would be too much for any of not of the Skull to remember. Here, take this. It will explain the rituals and guide you on your way. This book may be of some use to you as well. If you are to remain with the Skull, you should understand our beliefs. Do I have to read books? All the Dwemer books. You can toss those. They didn't do anything. A shitload. Locations of the stones. Windstone, Eaststone, Treestone, Earthstone, Sunstone, Waterstone. Warning! This is my box. Yeah. Also from Tribunal. Story of Avar Stonesing. Pretty sure this is what he had just gave me. Sit quietly, child, and listen. For the story I tell you is a story of the ages. But what is it, grandfather? Is it a story of heroes and beasts? The grandfather looked patiently at the child. He was growing into a fine boy. Soon he would see the value in the stories, the lessons that were taught to each generation. Just listen, child. Oh my god, it's super... Oh, loads of text. Let the story take root in your heart. In a time before now, long before now, when the Skal were new, there was peace in the land. The sun was hot and the crops grew long, and the people were happy in the peace that the Allmaker provided. But the Skal grew complacent and lazy, and they took for granted the lands and all the gifts the Allmaker had given them. They forgot or chose not to remember that the adversary is always watching, and that he delights in tormenting the Allmaker and his chosen people. And so it was that the adversary came to be among the Skal. The adversary has many aspects. He appears in the unholy beasts, incurable plague. At the end of the season, we will know him as Thartag, the World Devourer. But in these ages, he came to be known as the Greedy Man. The Greedy Man, that is what we call him, for to speak his name would certainly bring ruin on the people. Lived among the Skal for many months. Perhaps he was once just a man, but when the adversary entered into him, he became the Greedy Man, and that is how he is remembered. It came to be one day that the powers of the Skal left them. The strength left the arms of the warriors, and the shaman could no longer summon the beasts to their side. The elders thought that surely the Allmaker was displeased, and some suggested that the Allmaker had left them forever. It was then that the Greedy Man appeared to them and spoke. You of the Skal have grown fat and lazy. I have stolen the gifts of your Allmaker. I have stolen the oceans, so you will forever know thirst. I have stolen the lands and the trees and the sun, so your crops will wither and die. I have stolen the beasts, so you will go hungry. I have stolen the wind, so you will live without the spirit of the Allmaker. And until one of you can reclaim these gifts, the Skal will live in misery and despair, for I am the Greedy Man, and that is my nature. And the Greedy Man disappeared. The members of the Skal spoke for many days and nights. They knew that one of them must retrieve the gifts of the Allmaker, but they could not decide who it should be. I cannot go, said the elder, for I must stay to lead the Skal and tell our people what is the law. I cannot go, said the warrior, for I must protect the Skal. My sword will be needed in case the Greedy Man reappears. I cannot go, said the shaman, for the people need my wisdom. I must read the portents and offer my knowledge. It was then that a young man named Avar lifted his voice. He was strong of arm and fleet of foot, though he was not yet a warrior of the Skal. I will go, said Avar, and the Skal laughed. Hear me out, the boy continued. I am not yet a warrior, so my sword will not be needed. I cannot read the portents, so the people will not seek my counsel. And I am young, and not yet wise in the ways of the law. I will retrieve the gifts of the Allmaker from the Greedy Man. If I cannot, I will not be met. The Skal thought on this briefly, and decided to let Avar go. He left the village the next morning to retrieve the gift. Avar first set out to retrieve the gift of water, so he traveled to the Waterstone. It was there that the Allmaker first spoke to him. Travel west to the sea and follow the swimmer to the waters of life. So Avar walked to the edge of the ocean, and there was the swimmer, a black horker, sent from the Allmaker. The swimmer dove into the waters and swam very far and far again. Avar was strong, though, and he swam hard. He followed the swimmer to a cave, swimming deeper and deeper, his lungs burning and his limbs exhausted. At last, he found a pocket of air, and there in the dark he found the waters of life. Gathering his strength, he took the waters and swam back to the shore. Upon returning to the Waterstone, the Allmaker spoke. You have returned the gift of water to the Skal. The oceans again will bear fruit, and their thirst will be quenched. Avar then traveled to the Earthstone, and there the Allmaker spoke to him again. Enter the cave of the hidden music and hear the song of the earth. So Avar traveled north and east to the cave of the hidden music. He found himself in a large cavern where the rocks hung from the ceiling and grew from the ground itself. He listened there, heard the song of the earth, but it was faint. Grabbing up his mace, he struck the rocks of the floor in time with the song, and the song grew louder, until it filled the cavern and his heart. Then he returned to the Earthstone. "The gift of the earth is with the skull again," said the All. "The lands are rich again, and will bear life." Eivor was tired, as the sun burned him. The trees offered no shade, and there was no wind to cool him. Still, he traveled on to the Beast Rock. The Allmaker spoke. "Find the good beast and ease his suffering." Eivor traveled through the woods of the Isinfir for many hours until he heard the cries of a bear from over a hill. As he crested a hill, he saw the bear. A Falmer's arrow pierced its neck. He checked the woods for the Falmer, for that is what they were, though some say they are not, and finding none, approached the beast. He spoke soothing words, and came upon it slowly, saying, "Good beast, I mean you no harm. The Allmaker has sent me to ease your suffering." Hearing these words, the bear ceased his struggles, laid his head at Eivor's feet. Eivor grasped the arrow and pulled it from the bear's neck. Using the little nature magic he knew, Eivor tended the wound, though it took the last bit of his strength. As the bear's wound closed, Eivor slept. When he awoke, the bear stood over him, and the remains of a number of the Falmer were strewn about. He knew that the good beast had protected him during the night. He traveled back to Beast Rock, the bear by his side, and the Allmaker spoke to him again. "You have returned the gift of the beast. Once again, the good beast will feed the skull when they are hungry, clothe them when they are cold, and protect them in times of need." Eivor's strength had returned, so he traveled on to the Tree Stone, though the good beast did not follow him. When he arrived, the Allfather spoke to him. "The first trees are gone and must be replanted. Find the seed and plant the first tree." Eivor traveled again through the Herstang forest, searching for the seeds of the first tree, but he could find none. Then he spoke to the tree spirits, the living tree. They told him that the seeds had been stolen by one of the Falmer, for they are the servants of the adversary, and this Falmer was hiding them deep in the forest, so that none would ever find them. Eivor traveled to the deepest part of the forest. There he found the evil Falmer, surrounded by the lesser tree spirits. Eivor could see the spirits were his thrall, that he had used the magic of the seeds and spoken their secret name. Eivor knew that he could not stand against such a force, and that he must retrieve the seeds in secret. Eivor reached into his pouch and drew out his flint. Gathering leaves, he started a small fire outside the clearing where the Falmer and the ensorcelled spirits milled. All the Skull know the spirits' hatred of fires, for the fires ravage the trees they serve. At once, the nature of the spirits took hold, and they rushed to quell the flames. During the commotion, Eivor snuck behind the Falmer and snatched the pouch of seed, stealing away before the evil beast knew they were gone. When Eivor returned to the tree stone, he planted the tree in the ground, and the Allmaker spoke to him. The Allmaker said, "Kill me!" The gift of trees is restored once again. The trees and plants will bloom and grow, and provide nourishment and shade. Eivor was tired, for the sun would only burn, and the winds would not yet cool him. But he rested briefly in the shade of the tree. His legs were weary, and his eyes heavy, but he continued on, traveling to the Sunstone. Again, the Allmaker spoke. "The gentle warmth of the sun is stolen, so now it only burns. Free the sun from the halls of Penumbra." And so Eivor walked west over the frozen lands until he reached the halls of Penumbra. The air inside was thick and heavy, and he could see no farther than the end of his arm. Still, he felt his way along the walls, though he heard the shuffling of feet, and knew that this place held the unholy beasts who would tear his flesh and eat his bones. For hours he crept along, until he saw a faint glow far at the end of the hall. There, from behind a sheet of perfect ice, came a glow so bright he had to shut his eyes, lest they be forever blinded. He plucked the flaming eye from the unholy beast, and threw it at the ice with all his might. A small crack appeared in the ice, then grew larger. Slowly, the light crept out between the cracks, widening them, splitting the ice wall into pieces. With a deafening crack, the wall crumbled and the light rushed over Eivor and through the halls. He heard the shrieks of the unholy beasts as they were blinded and burned. He ran out of the halls, following the light, and collapsed on the ground outside. When he was able to rise again, the sun again warmed him. He was glad for that. He traveled back to the Sunstone, where the Allmaker spoke to him. The gift of the sun is the skulls once again. It will warm them and give them light. Eivor had one final gift he had to recover, the gift of the winds, so he traveled to the Windstone, far on the western coast of the island. When he arrived, the Allmaker spoke to him, giving him his final task. Find the greedy man, and release the wind from its captivity. So Eivor wandered the land in search of the greedy man. He looked in the trees, but the greedy man did not hide there, nor did he hide near the oceans, or the deep caves, and the beasts had not seen him in the dark forests. Finally, Eivor came to a crooked house, and he knew that here he would find the greedy man. "Who are you?" shouted the greedy man, "that you would come to my house?" "I am Eivor of the Skull," said Eivor. "I am not warrior, shaman, or elder. If I do not return, I will not be missed. But I have returned the oceans, and the earth, the trees, the beasts, and the sun. And I will return the winds to my people, that we may feel the spirit of the Allmaker in our souls again." And with that, he grabbed up the greedy man's bag and tore it open. The winds rushed out, with gale force sweeping the greedy man up and carrying him off, far from the island. Eivor breathed in the winds and was glad. He walked back to the Windstone, where the Allmaker spoke to him final time. "You have done well, Eivor. You, the least of the Skull, have returned my gifts to them. The greedy man is gone for now, and should not trouble your people again in your lifetime. Your Allmaker is pleased. Go now, and live according to your nature." And Eivor started back to the Skull village. "And then what happened, grandfather?" "What do you mean, child? He went home." "No, when he returned to the village," the child continued. "Was he made a warrior, or taught the ways of the shaman? Did he lead the Skull in battle?" "I do not know. That is where the story ends," said the grandfather. "But that is not an ending. That is not how stories end." But the old man laughed and got up from his chair. "Is it not?" Okay. Okay, now we run across the entire island. Trapdoor to Solstheim, Rimhull. That's supposed to mean. Illington. We're already out of charges? What? Bunch of potions. Probably don't want any of them, really. Want health potion. Even if it's useless. Such a low level potion. Like, restores 5 hit points. We have 466. It's not gonna do much. Okay, there's a guy just walking around here. Of course.
The forces of darkness are mine to command. All shall bow before the terrible power of Timbal the Dark.
He just walks away. Intruder, who dares venture so deeply into the halls of Rimhull? The mantle of woe is mine, do you hear? I have claimed the robe and its power. Now, that's a better tone. I think you mean it. That's nice to hear. I shall honor our friendship too. Behold the vestments I now wear. When I read the old stories, I had to learn the truth. Could it be that an item of such grand magic lie so close at hand, in the caves beneath my very village? I could contain my eagerness no longer, and jumped into the well. I braved Rimhull's dangers, and at last, my efforts were rewarded. Soon the dead shall walk, and Timbal the Dark shall lead them. I too practice the dark arts. Let me join with you, and together we shall bring death and fire to the worms of Soulstime. Your affairs are your own business, Timbal. I care not for the magic you've uncovered, and will take my leave. Such power must never be wielded by one so feeble. The mantle will be mine. You're insane, Timbal. You must die, as all evil should. Evil, you say? Self-righteous fool. Spare me your sanctimonious lecturing. There is no good in the world, save that which we give ourselves. But enough talk. I will show you the true meaning of power.
This is too easy. This is too easy.
Not taking much damage. We have to switch weapon. There we go. Constant effect. Drain personality 100. Weakness to normal weapons 20%. Fortify maximum magic up times 5 int. Stun damage 20 points. Fortify skill conjuration 50 points. Okay. That's like something you want to use if you're already a vampire or something.
You have no business being here, stranger. Leave now.
We'll have no dealings with the like big honest, we go.
Okay. I'll leave.
You should have picked an easier opponent.
I have 100 speed. Why are you faster than me? Okay. Very cool. Is that a winter wolf? It's a winter wolf. Snow wolf, okay. Captain Roberto is super dead. Airship Captain's Journal. Today is the day. Duchamp's airship seems sturdy enough, and the crew is ready to set sail. We'll travel north-northwest until we reach the island of Solstheim. According to Duchamp, the Hrothmundsbane's wolf formation is somewhere near the Mosring Mountains. The barrow we're set to explore is located at the Wolf's Eye. We'll get Duchamp's precious magic item and be back at the Guild of Mages in a few days. What could possibly go wrong? Damn conjurers, sorcerers, inventors, scientists, and all their academic ilk. Duchamp promised me his airship would hold together, promised me it could be sailed, just like a sea-bound craft. All lies. This monstrosity is barely holding together. We've been trailing bits and pieces of it ever since we left Aldrune. Just an hour ago, we lost one of the Dremmer cogs from the main engine. If this were a frigate or sloop, I'd be holding her together just fine, but alas, trying to control an airship it's like setting to sea in a barrel with a spoon for an oar. Okay, in a sec. Land ho! It's normal for a crew member to get edgy, but the Argonian finally went berserk. I told him repeatedly before we left Aldrune that an airship sails in the sky and not on the water. He told me he understood, but his fear of heights must have finally taken sway. In a frenzied state, he grabbed the wheel and almost forced us into the sea. I had no choice but to run him through. Swims in Swells was his name, and a good crew member he was before this unfortunate incident. I would have preferred a burial at sea, but considering our current situation, we had no choice but to toss his body overboard. We aimed for the ocean, but by that time the airship had drifted over Solstheim. Alas, I fear we missed, and his corpse landed somewhere on the southeastern shore. We've located Hrothmundsbane. At least Duchamp was right about something. The wolf formation runs from the west to east with the head and eye towards the eastern end. We look for a place to set down and then explore Hrothmund's barrow. Assuming that is where Duchamp said it would be. I must also note that the going is slower than I'd like. There's a fell chill in the air, and I don't trust the dark clouds that have gathered over us. We've been assailed by a blizzard, the likes of which I have never seen. I feared a storm, but could never have imagined anything like this. Duchamp's contraption is coming apart at the seams, and I don't think we can hold altitude. There's nowhere to land, but land we must. Dead. All of them dead. All of them dead, DED. Most of the crewmen were killed instantly when the A-ship went down. The few that made it soon succumbed to the cold. I alone survived. Need to make a camp. Snow is blocking my way into the ship's hold. I go to the barrow in the morning. I can hardly write. My hands are nearly frozen. So cold, so cold. So hungry. Madness taking me, I can feel it. I see eyes, night eyes, wolf eyes. Hear them, so hungry. Eyes of the wolf are coming. White wolf, so cold. My drip. This is my drip. Which is the worst word ever, by the way. Hate it. Helm of Orin Bearclaw, I have Hope's Fire, and I'm also using True Flame. I'm just switching between them when the enchantment runs out. I also have a Daedric Spear that does lightning damage. But otherwise we have the Royal Armor from Tribunal. It's medium. I have Restore 1 point of health, constant effect on the chest plate. That's all I could do. We're using Wraithguard. I have my Nerevarine pants. Didn't even get every Daedric piece. Well, I'm not using Daedric because we're medium armor. So I've been like just ignoring them. But I have the Nerevarine pants that I made myself that have constant effect water breathing and 10 points of light, which makes the game look terrible. Because light ruins like everything. It ruins the lighting everywhere. And we have a shirt with a Restore Fatigue 8 points, constant effect as well, which is super OP. We just can't run out of stamina. And with that, I also try to use, what is it, the Ring of Azura, which gives you 3 fatigue as well. But whenever you use hotkeys to equip rings, it keeps unequipping them, so it's like super annoying to use. Half of the fun is making OP items and spells. I hate it, but it's mostly just because I have 67 enchant. And even with this amulet, which gives us plus 100 enchantment, it's still not enough to do anything interesting at all. Vivek-sized fireballs and the jumping scrolls, though. Yeah, I made a ring out of Vivek. I also have, what's her face? Almalexia's soul. We haven't done anything with that yet. I've been trying to level up enchantment more. I've been just running around here grinding souls. Level. But the ring I made, I'm kind of disappointed with it. It does 70 shock damage in 50 feet. But like it's just not good enough. 5 feet. Did I say 50? I meant 5 feet. 5 feet was way too little. It's not good enough to AoE things. And even then, 70 damage is nothing. It's terrible. It's like just hitting something with the Hope's Fire does more damage. Got a flying ship here. Looks beautiful. But you're not wrong. The thing is that this is why I hate this game and why I hate Elder Scrolls in general. Because it's not making enchanted items and spells that's fun. It's the idea and the potential of it. And then when you finally make your thing, it's like... that was worthless. Like I've been grinding the entire game. I've been running around using rings like this. Where's it? There. Like this! Just a level enchantment, but it doesn't work! You still can't get enough to do anything that's interesting. The only thing that I've made so far that are like worth it is the fatigue shirt. That's OP. And I made like a ring and an amulet. I made 2 rings. One restores health and one restores fatigue, which means I don't need to have potions really. Like I can have a couple of like super strong ones for fighting sometimes, but otherwise you don't really need to care. You can just spam your ring instead of having your inventory filled with trash. Just chill out and buy training, dude. I've done that. I've maxed out like everything. I can't buy more training for anything that I have. And I bought like 40 levels of sword and heavy armor just because we got the Helm of Orin Bearclaw and Hostfire and True Flame. Because you can only, like, maybe if we find some super turbo enchant trainer somewhere, but who would that be? That has more than 67. I don't know, man. Master Enchanter Trainer is kind of hidden. I didn't even know there was like a master, like that kind of stuff. You also can't really know. You have to just like guess if someone is good at something. But I guess if we just did more Mages Guild quests, we might find more people train us things. But at this point, fuck it. Come on. You even have to use a calm humanoid spell to buy with it. Okay. Piggies! Come on, piggies! You too. But everything here is too high level. We keep just getting, like... It's using up all of my Grand Soul Gems, but whatever. Doesn't really matter that much. Oh! Oh, the Greater Soul Gems are full. That's why. Whatever. Doesn't matter. How was I gonna do it? That. With True Flame. Because even if I'm maining Spear, like we have 100 in Spear. This sword is just like 10 times better than any Spear. The minimum damage on the sword is higher than the maximum damage on the spear. So you're not allowed to play anything other than long sword, really, or long blades. If you know what is in the game. Porkers! Porkers are common souls. Let me stab you, seal. These guys make Skyrim enemies not look like sponges in comparison. Yeah, they're like... If I don't use the Tribunal Sword, they're like immortal. And... I'll just go either Spear or the OP two-hander from the Legion questline. I don't know what two-hander that would be. But the Spear is really OP because it has like turbo range, but it just does like no damage. Even right now mine is damage, but it still sucks ass. Yeah, Chrysom, but you don't need to do any questline for that. I found it randomly in a random bandit cave. And then I sold it. Paladin's Blade.
You will die where you stand.
We're looking for the Water Stone right now. I also know like, there is a spear that you can get that is like special as well. I've had it before, but I don't remember. What are you doing up there?
Behold the sea, friend. Never will you meet a maiden so beautiful or unforgiving.
Okay. Hello, stranger. I don't see many sightseers out here. The cold and horkers drive most people away. Why do the horkers drive people away? What? Me, I just come here to watch the sea. I used to be a ship captain, you know, but that was before that night at sea. A few months ago, I was ferrying home some settlers from Skyrim to Solstheim. I was tired. So tired. I fell asleep at the rudder. The ship drifted into a gale, and by the time I woke, it was too late. I couldn't regain control, and the ship capsized. There were only 2 survivors, me and an old man, whose entire family was lost in the wreck. I told the man of my terrible failure, and he used his power as a seer and a wizard to punish me. See, Cashew, I have been cursed with eternal wakefulness. As punishment for my incompetence, the seer laid a powerful curse upon me. I am exhausted but can't sleep no matter what I try. Potions, magica, nothing works. The truth is, I haven't slept at all in 6 months. Cashew, if you happen to run into the seer, maybe you could convince him to lift the curse. His name is Geilir the Mumbling, and he lives by himself in a dwelling here on Solstheim. Do this for me, and I will share with you the most valuable secret I learned when I was a ship captain. Oh, wow. So tempting. Alright, where is this stone? More in this direction. I haven't done this DLC at all. I've just run into a bunch of random caves and that's it. Yeah, like, what's he gonna tell me? I don't know, man. Right, we should repair the spear. Yes. It's true. Especially, like, when you already have 100 in, like, your weapon as well. It's, like, completely pointless to do anything. Like, right now, I'm only leveling enchantment and running. Like, athletics. That's it. I mean, if the quest lines amounted to something like in New Vegas, at least, even if just a slide in the end, like you become the Archmage and that changes nothing. Yeah. Travel west to a small island off the coast and follow the swimmer to seek the water of life. If you got like 10 XP or something, but they don't have XP. Why do I get unarmored? Where is this super horker? Are you the swimmer? I thought it was supposed to be a black horker. You can kind of mold the experience, but the world has zero reactivity. Even the Skyrim, like, damn bro, Whiterun now has blue guards instead. Yeah, that's exactly my issue with it. An island to the west. What the fuck? What is he talking about? Where is it? There. Like, I like the concept. It's really nice to be able to explore stuff, but it's only the idea that is fun. And once you've explored everything, you're like, every single thing that I explored was fucking awful. And then it's just like, it's not interesting. Like, this is wrong. We're doing something wrong here. This can't be true, or what we're supposed to do. Thank God for water walking. Also, I find it really interesting that magical items recharge their magicka on their own, but you don't. You have to sleep or use potions. There we go. There's the black horker. Come on. Beautiful. Love it. Did you kill yourself? I think he actually died. This takes a while. Well, thank God there's an outrun button and we have pants that give us infinite breathing. Like when I made those pants, I honestly just didn't find anything else to make. So I was just like, fuck it, let's make like a flashlight and water breathing. And it's like super useful. Oh nice, the screensaver kicked in. Oh, yeah. Oh, escort quests in this game are so... Oh, they're horrible. Every single time when you have one, all of the enemies focus fire whoever you're escorting. And you can't like taunt them off or do anything. You can't like get in the way or... They it's just completely luck based if they survive. And then some of them don't even have like self heals. So they survive like 2 encounters and then they just get punched in the face and die. Like you get a guard follower here that's supposed to follow you and do quests with you. He died, and then I resurrected him with the console, and they were even when I brought him back to the fort, everyone there was like, "Oh, he's dead. That's so sad." Is that where we're going? The little mud hut in the sea? The CK2 mod? What? The MMO makes Shadowlands look crazy fun? Oh, you mean Elder Scrolls Online? I don't know, like Elder Scrolls Online is just like playing Skyrim. Like there's almost no difference. You just run around and like loot things off tables. And the world is relatively free as well. Like I keep saying it, but I think it's the best Elder Scrolls game. Also, I tried playing CK2, but I just can't. The UI is just too retarded. I'm like angry and non-stop when I'm playing. Because I'm trying to figure something super easy out, and the UI is like, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna fucking tell you. Otherwise, I like the concept. I tried 3 as well, but it has a lot of the same issues. Get good? No, I don't wanna. I wonder if we'll finish this tonight. I doubt it, but... Tribunal was, I don't know, did that take 2 days? Something? Dude, this was like super far away. Where's that black horker? This DLC is painful? Nice. Right now, I'm very sad that we sold the Boots of Blinding Speed. I haven't played that long. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't worry, we have True Flame. We just punch him in the face. Ouch! Leave me alone! down here? The fuck you up to? Maybe. The thing is, like, I'm level 48, but in this game, that doesn't mean anything. It, like, only makes the game harder. It's a big pig army. I wonder, let's see here. Let's test this lad. This was just one of these. Holy shit, you're useless. And if I do this... Summon Daedroth. Is that even worth doing? No, it's not. Daedroths are terrible. Like, I'm trying to look for some super turbo spell scroll, but they have reflect. It like doesn't help. Summon Golden Saint. Summon Flame Attribute. I just didn't feel like fighting them. Black Storm. No, switch to the good weapon. That one. I wonder if they only reflect shock damage or something. Oh, we didn't even have any gems to fit them in. Alright. Where's the next one? Water, earth, right down. Stop fighting boars! Just a waste of time. The Earthstone, where are you? Homie, homeboy. There you are. Travel northeast to the Cave of Hidden Music. And learn the Song of the Earth. This isn't the Song of Hidden Music. What's that? Kitty cat? Hello, Boa. How are you doing? Do we have anything in here? It's one more. Quality healing, exclusive healing. Trash. There's just more of these. Blood Skull. Can't do anything with them yet. Where is this dungeon? It's gonna be like super far away as well, isn't it? There's something. I found it before, but I mean, it didn't mark itself on the map, so. What you gonna do? Do we have anything you guys fit into? Ah! Thanks for the raid, dude. Killing dogs. Okay, why do I keep using this? I'm just gonna remove the spear entirely from here. Put True Flame there instead. Oops, Blood Moon, it is Blood Moon. We finished Tribunal in the base game, so... Yeah, I completely wasted these as well, I think. No, we got them. I'm just trying to build up some souls. Where was it? There. So we can get more enchanting. I only have like 169 now, and it's not enough. Can't do anything with it. And apparently enchanted items scale with enchanting. So, like, I have an amulet that gives us plus 100 enchant for 3 seconds. But even if I make something with that, it'll say, like, it'll cost 1 charge to use, like, a spell with a ring. But that is only the case if you have 169 enchant all the time. So then when it runs out, it's, like, completely useless. I'm very sad. Trash, 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 trash. That was trash. Oh, hello there. Why are the Draugr Karate Ninjas in this game? Check it out. Yeah, it's like high kicks and shit. We are in the right place. I thought I was in some other dungeon. I'm like completely losing track of what we're doing. Yeah, I've met Uncle Sweet Chair. Oh. I didn't stab him though. I'm sure he's not ruining this neighborhood with his drugs. What was that? Like a really shitty... Stop playing bad sound effects in my ears. It's freaking me out. This is the sound he was talking about in the book. Need to figure out. Go with it. I can't tell if the sound is actually busted, or if it's supposed to sound like that. It sounds really broken. Oh, there. Yeah, see, the reason I thought that the sound might be busted is because this entire game is busted. There we have something that looks like something. By striking the stalagmites in succession, I was able to recreate the sound I can hear in this cave. When I did, the pattern changed. After repeating the new pattern, the sound swelled and then grew silent. I should return to the Earthstone. Alright. Walk. I love how meaty that sounds and it does nothing. I don't even know why I'm looking into chests. There's nothing we want that we can find there. Like, only legendary items are worth anything. Hello, Martin. No, this is the best sword in the game. Easily. How's your tooth? They're coming along? Okay. Bonk. I like how they enchanted this sword to be like complete waste. They gave it teeny tiny bit of AoE, but it's like not enough to actually hit more than one enemy. So it's just like a waste. It just looks different. Why am I fully exploring this cave? Who gives a shit? What is... Got some health potions. The Power Ranger thingy? I'm not sure if you mean the Draugrs or the sword. The Draugrs are definitely Power Rangers here. With their high kicks. Who's angry me? Oh, I thought it was a house. There's the stone. Yeah. There's a snow bear. Is what I did? I have no idea. What did you do? Sold my stonks at the maximum peak? Oh no. Horrible. Now it's gonna peak even more. Any second now. That's good though. We got up before they crashed. Depends, when you say stonks, do you mean crypto or actual shares? I see.
Yes?
I'm sorry, Dark Elf, but I'm here on official business, and I don't have time to chat. Any official inquiries should be directed to Carnius Magus at Fort Frostmoth. Oh, we're at Raven Rock. But yeah, like, my crypto, I'm like super not worried about it, so I'm not paying that much attention to it. I just check in now and then. Because I don't feel like it's never gonna drop to where I actually lose money from compared to what I put in. But the shares are different. They can just fall to zero. Tree. That. So what you gonna do with your newfound wealth? The Stone of Erlander. What? Are you gonna build a house for the stonks? Where's this goddamn stone? Ulfgar the Unending's dwelling. Hello?
Have you found it? Have you found
Ah.
the entrance to Sovngarde?
A visitor, and an elf no less. In my youth I would have hewn you like an oak and bathed in your invader blood, but that was a long time ago, and the years have mellowed my mood. In any event, it's been quite a while since I've had any company. I'm afraid I don't have much to offer a guest, unless, of course, you've come to hear a barbarian's sad tale. I came to Solstheim with 4 of my brothers in arms. We were on a quest, you see. We were getting close. We could feel it. But then one of our fellowship, a powerful sorcerer named Grimkill, betrayed the rest of us. He laid an ambush and assailed us with powerful magica. I managed to slay Grimkill, but not before my 3 other companions were turned to stone. You may have seen them, for they are the 3 standing stones of Brodir Grove, not far from here. Brodir's Grove is where Grimkill ambushed us. My friends were turned to stone on that very spot, and there they remain, a monument of betrayal. I too was caught in the spell, but thought I had been spared its effects. I was wrong. Instead of killing me like it did my friends, Grimkill's magica turned me into living stone. You see, these events did take place 500 years ago. I have remained here ever since, and here I will stay until I finally find the entrance to Sovngarde. Sovngarde is the name of the fortress erected by the god Shor as a gift to the valiant. It is said that if a Nord can locate the hidden entrance to Sovngarde, they can dwell in its need-filled halls forever. That's the quest we were on, you see. It's why Grimkel betrayed us, why he tried to turn us into stone. He was attempting to create his own magical portal to Sovngarde. Now Grimkel is dead, as are my friends, and I have failed our quest. Don't you understand? For 500 years I have searched for the entrance to Sovngarde. I have been all across the Empire and back, but I cannot find it. Once my friends and I served Ysgramor, and counted ourselves among his 500 companions. He helped drive the elves out of Skyrim. We earned our place in Sovngarde. If, in your travels, you discover the entrance to Sovngarde, let me know, and I will be forever in your debt. I have tried, and failed. Alright, I'll see if I can find your portal. Rodir Grove. Where is this? Yeah, the standing stones where people... It's even further in. Yep. Seems like it. What? You doubt the original source? The first trees are gone. Travel east and find the ones who have stolen the seed. Beware. He who has the seeds controls the trees. Plant the first anew. Traveling east. Is it you?
Candy, candy, he makes so much. Uncle Sweetshare has a magic touch. So it's back to the workshop in the snow, with lovely lanterns all aglow. Hee hee, ha ho, hee hee hee, ha ha ho.
Ha ha ho. Alright, where is this guy? Luke Stormbarrow. Might as well drop in while we're next to it. Nothing but a skull. Maybe we've been here. I don't think so, though. I don't feel like unlocking them. There's not gonna be anything in them. Wait. There's no one with any seeds here. Alright, they're never gonna leave me alone if I don't kill them. Chris Grimoire did his nonsense before the first era. Each era is more than 500 years long, and Morrowind is in the third era. Maybe Morrowind is at the very first year of the era, and then 500 years ago was at the very end of the first era. It sounds incredibly plausible to me. Here's some dude with underwear. You skipped an era? No, I didn't. If it was in the beginning of the third era and it happened in the end of the first era, then the second era would be that 500-year gap. I believe him. I think your sources are wrong.
You should have picked an easier opponent.
Before the first era? Oh, okay. There's so many bears here!
Today is your lucky day, so let's hear it.
Well? Where is this shit? I thought you said they were like 500 years.
Give in. You're dead already. Fight. Die where you stand.
You call this
Yeah, that means it's like 520 maybe. Yeah, dude, this is fighting. Let's switch weapon. Dude, busted. Oh my god. Come here, Horker. Give me your soul! Oh, where was this stone? Too many monsters! That was Brody the Grave. It should be here somewhere. There. Travel east and find the one who has stolen the seeds. East? There. How did I miss that? They get shorter because they bothered to do writing there. Because the games take place there. The things actually happen. Your journal has been updated. They look aggressive. Yeah, well, don't worry about it. I was what? I'm supposed to kill him? I was trying to use stealth like in the story. Come here, bitch. Replant the seeds. How am I supposed to do that? It was the clearing northwest of the tree stone. All right. Where can I plant it? Oh. Oh, I hate this so much.
Lost this round.
Leave me alone! Wait a minute. Oh, there. Yes, of course. We want to do it. Oh, nice. Where's the next one? Can't read during battle. Are we still in combat? Oh my god. Katana Nords. Love it. Freestone. I don't know if... Did the suns... Does the order matter? I've done them in the wrong order anyway, I think. I think he does like the Earth Stone, the Beast Stone, then the Tree Stone, Sunstone, Windstone. It doesn't seem to matter. Go down here. Also, he was an absolute idiot because he traveled like zigzag all over the island.
Run while you still can, child.
Orker. it is. Go to the west and free the warm sun from the halls of Penumbra. That looks like the right path. Halls of Penumbra. Oh! Ninja zombie. What do you guys count as? Item does not have enough charge. I couldn't capture him. Maybe we don't have gems for it. We might be out of gems. Alright, fine. Pick it all up. And always eat it all. And after I say that, they just give me a bunch of money. Oh. Actually, take that hammer. We only have like one hammer left. Blah, 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 blah. This was wrong too? Keep restore health is not worth picking up. Weighs too much and gives you nothing. I keep thinking it's a werewolf that's just charging towards me, but it's not. Oh. There. Oh, this is a super one of these. They're usually complete trash. Aha! Lightkeeper Graal. Flaming Eye of the Lightkeeper. Oh, that's what we need. Would you like to throw the flaming eye at the ice wall? Beautiful. We need to switch to this if we're gonna find our way out. Well, it helps. Was this direction?
You will die where you stand!
Don't heal yourself. Something is chasing me. I'm very scared. Run away. Ignore it. No Horker respawn. Good. Cannot read it during battle. Oh my god. It's just straight north to the Beast Stone. Oh, everything is so tanky. I don't know how I could get more damage. Like we'd have to enchant constant strength or something on. And it's like almost impossible. You can get like +5. On the other side of the lake. Orker! There. Travel south. Find the good beast. If it's a Horker, I'm gonna scream. You're not the good beast. Definitely not. Shitting arrow. Wah. Now what? It's still injured. I should attempt to heal it or stay with it until it is well. Yeah. Okay. Are you well now? Like to return with me? Let's go, bro. Oh no, he's super slow. Ugh. Look at those legs. Look at those elbows. Beautiful. Never seen anything quite like it. This is why there are no cats. It would be a lot more funny if you could run. And then we go up here, and then we get the Windstone. I think maybe the Windstone is the only one I have to do last. Maybe. Rimhall. Isn't that where we were? Rimwall. Wasn't this Mantle of Woe? I thought that was that evil guy's robe. So I was thinking that, oh, maybe this is where the entrance to Sovngarde is. But I think... yeah. Not. That just leads up. Unless there isn't. No entrance to Sovngarde? Okay. Guess we can live with that. I'm gonna stand here, level some medium armor. Good luck. What is this guy? Like a legendary midget? Nope, the normal one. One luck, one agility, one willpower. Amazing. I doubt there's a literal gate to Sovngarde. No, I think there is a literal gate to Sovngarde. is it? Yeah, of course not. We sent him back into, sent him back, and that closed the gate forever. Or, not sent him back, we sent him to Sovngarde. You just don't know the source material. Skyrim is just new Elder Scrolls. Neo Elder Scrolls. Have I been here? No. Doggy! Oh, they were actually wolves. I thought the black ones were like panthers or something. Hello, bears. How dare you chill here in my cave? Gonna be a Goldilocks reference. Today we found the perfect place to claim as our new home. It's a nice cave called Leg, and seems to be used by the local bears and wolves as some kind of den. It should be easy enough to get rid of. We've done it. The bears and wolves have been driven from the cave, and we've already started making ourselves at home. May our children's children enjoy the comfort of Leggy. One of those blasted bears got into the cave today. We drove him out, but he managed to make off with our dinner. It's a good thing I have my grandfather's enchanted ring to keep them at bay. Nice, you have your grandfather's enchanted ring. Okay, where is it? They don't have shit. There. Ring of Wizard's Fire. Drain 16 to 35 points for one. Like, isn't that useless? I'm gonna steal that ring and test it. Ring of Wizard's Fire. Yeah, it does nothing. Like, I know that he's reflecting it, but the drain for 1 second, it literally just reduces their health by 35 and then it gives it back. So what's the point? There. Travel south and east of the Lake of Ice to Glandrul's tomb and free the winds from the greedy man's bag. South and east from the lake. Does this count as a lake? We have to go like all the way. Whoa. You were born dumb? Oh, they don't want to talk to me. They're out here smooching. Here's the lake. And then we go to the south and east of it. Soul's Time is like 10 times worse than Vardenfell is. Like Morrowind, like Vardenfell is terrible. It has enemies every 3 steps, but this is like 10 times worse. What did it say? South and east of the Lake of Ice. I mean, it could be anywhere. And it could be at any distance. Please, 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 please. Nope. This is really annoying.
How does it feel, Death?
South and east of the Lake of Ice. It is where we were going. There's the Lukerstorm again. And now we're at the fucking ocean. Wait, was this where we were supposed to go? What was that? Why was there a wind sound? I don't understand. That's a Lentrul's tomb. What? Like, are we close or? Oh. Not even this, is it? No.
On your
Imagine, you will, a house plan of 10 times 12 meters. What rooms do you fill it with? I mean, not sure what you mean. Bathroom, kitchen. And then you just fill up the rest of the house with roofs. I don't know how big 10 times 12 is. That doesn't sound very big.
Now, this is fighting.
Yeah, that still doesn't tell me anything. I get like no visual image in my brain how big that is. I don't even know how big my apartment is.
You should have picked an easier opponent.
Is it here? There, finally. The bone kitty cat. But you need a bedroom. And if you can't fit a bedroom and another room, then the bedroom has to be the living room. But 120 square kilometers sounds pretty big. Square meters, not kilometers. Don't know why I even said kilometers. Oh my god. Oh, will you just die? Why are you so tanky all of a sudden? Yes. We opened up the greedy man's bag. All right. I'm not gonna fight you. Fuck off. Leave me alone.
Die where you stand.
You're never gonna leave me alone. Especially not the humans, because they run as fast as I do. Almost. Not when I jump, then I'm faster. Is that it? It was not. This is the beast one. Do they give up when you run into water? Is that the trick? Oh, shit. Why did you make me do this? It was a nightmare. It took like 2 hours. No, bros. What you doing here?
Fighting, fighting. I will bathe in your blood.
Come here, slut. And to the shaman man. Holy fuck. I can tell that the ritual is completed. The oneness again flows through the land. Can you hear it in the trees? Do you feel the humming of the living land? It is a good thing you have done here, Cashew. How long are cars? Oh no, I don't have a car. You have completed the ritual of the gifts. I am impressed with your efforts, Outlander. But there is more to be done. You have shown a certain loyalty to the skull, and it surprises me. Tradition dictates that you now hold this, the Mace of Avar Stonesinger. This is a treasure of the skull that I do not relish giving to an outsider. Still, you have earned it. For now, it is time to prove your wisdom. My wisdom is that I'm going to repair my gear before we do anything else. Having the toilet and rest of the bathroom be separate rooms. Is it? You're over encumbered. Yay. Mace of Avar Stonesinger, 30 to 90 damage, 30 to 90 slash. Is this weapon better? 50 to 55, 30 to 90. Yeah, it's got like 60 average damage. Oh my god. Silver Spark Blade, bye bye. It weighs 90! Why did you give me this thing? I'm gonna throw it on the ground.
Stranger and guest.
Though I believe your heart may be one with the skull, your mind must be as well. To that end, I would have you investigate a crime. It involves two of the skull, and your actions may decide their fates. Engar Icemane has been accused of theft. His accuser, Rigmor Halfhand, claims that Iceman stole furs from his house. These furs were indeed found in Icemane's residence. The Skull do not take such things lightly. We have little, and each is given according to his needs. This offense is punishable by exile or sacrifice to the wolves. Icemane will surely choose the wolves. Now, speak with the Skull. Find out what you can, then report your findings to me, so the guilty may be punished appropriately. Engar Rigmor.
Today is your lucky day, so let's hear it.
Exile Engar Icemane. He's a valiant warrior and no thief. Any of the Skull can tell you that. Anyone who would say different is a liar. He has always proven to be brave and true, and it is impossible to imagine that he would be capable of this crime. Rigmor Halfhand. He is a clever one. He is wise and crafty, and perhaps for this he is not well liked. Still, he is one of the Skull, and we must take his accusation seriously.
What's this all about? I take it you want something. Well, what is it?
Engar Icemane, valiant warrior. Rigmor, clever one. Oh my god. Ingmar is not home. You'll have to get rid of that moon sugar if you want any service from me. I don't want any trouble. Oh no, they're afraid of the moon sugar up here as well. What the hell? I need more Khajiit up here. Valiant warriors, the clever one.
You, who are to be my judge, what would you ask of me?
I am Engar Icemane. I know what I am accused of, and I know that it is a lie. I have no need for the furs of Rigmor Halfhand. I am a Skull warrior. My honor and the honor of the Skull are my life. But I will bear this injustice as any warrior should, with dignity. I had no quarrel with Halfhand until this day. I thought him a friend to my family, to my wife, Risi Icemane especially. While I was on the hunt, he was known to keep counsel with her and others who remained in the village, and now this from him. She is my wife, a wise and beautiful woman. Her life is not an easy one, as I am often gone for weeks on a hunt. But she is strong, and our children will be fine warriors. Cool.
You've got the better.
What can this smith do for you? Armor? Weapons? Some conversation?
You asked him about Solstheim? Can. This is the island of Solstheim, a jewel of an island and home to the Skull. We settled here many generations ago. Alright, let's see here. Very important business. Right here. There we go. Like that. Investigate a crime. Rigmor Halfhand. Blah 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 blah. You're saying the same thing as everyone else over and over and over and over again.
Seen any elves?
Ha 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 ha!
You are the one who is to investigate a crime that has been blamed on my husband. How may I help you?
So what's happening here is that she stole it and is blaming her husband so that she can get together with Rigmor. Yeah. Engar would never do a thing such as this. He is a man of honor, and we want for nothing. I cannot imagine what would drive Rigmor to make such an accusation. Perhaps he is jealous of my husband, and these charges are meant to disgrace him. He has been a good friend to me until this accusation. We had spent some time together. But now he has decided to ruin my family. Very, very exciting.
My son, my poor son. Please, please.
I have heard about this crime, and it puzzles me. Engar Icemane is known to be an honorable warrior. Still, making a false accusation against another man seems a risky thing to do. I doubt even Rigmor Halfhand would do such a thing. Rigmor Halfhand, a smart man, but there is something not right about him. He spends too much time at Icemane's home while Engar is on hunt. This is not appropriate. Engar has been a valiant warrior for the Skal for as long as I can remember. Both his father and his father's father were known to be brave and honest men as well. His wife, Risi Icemane, will be heartbroken if he's found to be guilty. Speak with her, Cashew. She knows him well. I already did, and we already know what's going on. Erna the Quiet. She is so quiet that she's not even here. Dearest Brander, I decided to take a walk on the banks of the Isildur. The river is so beautiful this time of year, don't you think? Come find me and we shall talk about our future and freedom from your shrew of a wife. Your love, Erna. Where the fuck does Halfhand live then? Rigmor, there. Yes, I understand you're investigating Engar Icemane's theft. A terrible thing, but you were sent to investigate a crime. What can I do for you, Outlander? Engar Icemane, he had always been a valuable member of the Skal, but he is not a caring man. He leaves his lovely wife for weeks at a time while on the hunt. He probably stole my furs because he wasn't able to provide enough for his family. Such a sad story. I can't understand why he would do such a thing. We of the Skal give to each according to need. If Icemane had needed more furs, they would have been provided, but instead he stole them from my home. It is difficult to explain. I feel sorry for his lovely wife, who will be left all alone. Jesus Christ, dude. Risi Icemane, a beautiful woman, deserving of better than her husband. Were I her mate, she would lead a much better life.
I understand you are investigating Engar Icemane's theft.
Uh-huh. Nice fortify health potion under your bed. What are you doing with that?
You who are to be my judge, what would you ask of me?
Oh, this is so boring. There's nothing to ask. Look what. What am I supposed to do?
What's
Reezy
this all
eyes me.
about? It's a hard life, but it's fair.
Reezy eyes me.
You've got the better of me.
She's a good woman. A fine-looking woman, well-bred.
You were to investigate a crime.
What do you want from me?
You who are to be my judge, what would you ask of me?
I don't know, dude. What do you want? You must be strong. Blah 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 blah.
Today's your lucky day.
She's a good woman.
I take it you want something. Well,
Like there's nothing. What? Unless I'm supposed to find some random letter or some bullshit. Yeah, there. Oh my god. Dearest Reese, why will you not see me? You know how I feel, and I know you feel the same about me. Please, simply consent to speak to me. Just a word, a moment with you will ease my soul. If I cannot be with you, I will have to resort to something drastic. Please, consider your feelings. Your husband is a lout, away for weeks at a time, with no consideration for your needs. I have always been there for you, and I always will be. We should be together, dear Reese. Oh my god. You have found the letter, have you not? It is true that Rigmor and I had a brief affair, but that has ended. He refuses to let me go, though. I fear that he has caused this trouble just to get rid of Engar. You must put a stop to this. My husband is a good man and does not deserve this fate.
You are the one who is to invent.
Yes, we're going to feed you to the wolves. You found that letter? But why would... This is an outrage. I only wanted the woman. Why did that fool have to choose the wolves? He could have simply left, and she and I could have been together forever. You know my crime, and I know you must tell Heartfang. Let us go to him, and I will accept my fate. Hey, bitch. Why are you blocking me? Oh, why do I have to no clip here?
Seen any elves? You were to investigate a crime. Have you done this?
So, Half-Hand has invented this tale of this tale of theft over a woman. By the Allmaker, this will not go unpunished. By Skal tradition, making a false accusation carries the same penalty as the crime that is claimed. In this case, either exile or death by sacrifice to the wolves. The verdict is yours to decide. Half-Hand must be exiled permanently from the Skal, or he must be fed to the ceremonial wolves. Which do you choose? Feed him to the wolves. To the wolves, then. You have shown mercy, Cashew, allowing him to die with his honor. Perhaps you have some wisdom, after all. Lead the prisoner outside that he may accept his sentence. The shaman will summon the Canelorn to perform their function. But first, accept this token. It is unlikely, but perhaps you too can be more like the wolves we revere. I don't know, dude. They're like, it is tradition to make a random outsider an executioner. And judge. We got something, some wolf thing. Wolf. Helm of the Wolf's Heart. Light, constant effect, fortify attribute agility 5 points, sneak 5 points. Whew. What am I? What? What? Wasn't I supposed to go here? Am I like retarded? Oh, I had to like... What? Oh, was he following me? But he just...
I take it you want something. Well, what is it?
What's happening? Oh. Oh. Game has good names though. Why can't Spellforce have good names? Does it? Does this game have good names? Like that's like every single dungeon.
You have cleared my name
A
and
Shneeby.
restored my honor.
Shneeby bibi libi.
What can I do for you, my friend?
You have cleared my name and restored my honor. Yes, but she has made mistakes, but she is a good woman. I will need to pay more attention to her, lest she stray again. I do not blame her for this, though. I blame the situation on Half-Hand. Go.
You have done well, showing your loyalty and wisdom.
You have done well, Cashew. You have shown your loyalty and wisdom, but there is one thing further I will require of you. Now you must prove your strength as a warrior. Like, why are we even doing this? We're out looking for the commander, the captain. I have run around the entire fucking island. Like, I will kill you all. I wish for you to travel to Lake Fjalding. I will mark it on your map. Seek out Korst Windeye, who has traveled there already. He will give you further instructions. Look for him on the northern shore of the lake. What, there? I mean, I guess they're okay, but I don't... I still don't really have a problem with the names in Force.
These are strange times, my friend.
I am unsure what magic is being worked to cause such disturbance on the lake, but you were sent here to prove your strength. Fang has sent you here to show your strength, your ability to survive in the harshest of conditions. Beneath that lake there are a series of ice caverns. In one of those caves you will find Slip, a Draugr lord. Fang believes he is the one responsible for the disturbance on the lake. Fire from water, flame through ice. Strange indeed. Fang believes that a Draugr lord who lives beneath... Yes, oh my god. Who lives beneath the lake is the source of this, but I am not certain. I fear that this could be a sign of the Blood Moon prophecy, though I pray to the Allmaker that this is not so. It is an ancient prophecy, one that I hope is but a myth. It tells of a time when the moon above will turn blood red, and the wolves that walk like men will walk the land. The prophecy tells of other signs that precede the Blood Moon, but they are not easily interpreted. Let us speak about this at another time. For now, you are to prove your strength. Yeah. Yeah, it's still just the wolf guard that you have a problem with. Name one other name? I can't. Couldn't really name you much names from this game either, though. Can name you Ashnili Bli. Random dungeon. Wolf Gauntlet. Was that the wrong way? Apparently it was. Did I not go this direction? There's some dead stuff here. I have to check the Draugr corpses in case I just like accidentally kill them at some point. here. Got something. Slip's lair. Nipslip's lair. Come here, Nipslip. You are brave or foolish to enter this place, Dark Elf, but I sense a bit of wisdom in you. Perhaps I might kill you there where you stand. Where you try to keep me from my task. But there are more dangerous things in these caves than this poor soul. I have been in this cave for many centuries. The Draugr you met in this place are not my kin. Mindless creatures driven only by desire for living flesh. My story is quite different. I was once a mage of the people who call themselves the Skull. I was powerful mortal, powerful beyond their reckoning. But I strayed. I delved into the black arts, became learned in the ways of necromancy. When this was discovered, I was cast out by my people. Alone I wandered to this place. I continued to learn what I could of the ways of the living flesh and the energies that animate. I became a summoner. I communicated with the Daedra. It was then I learned of their machinations, their plans to destroy my people. A group of frost Daedra had taken up residence deep in the bowels of this island. I thought at first it was my doing, that I had somehow summoned these things, but they were beyond my abilities. I learned that they would wipe this island clean of life, slaughter my people and all I held dear. I knew I must act. I tried to warn my people, but I was an empty voice to them, as though I were dead. So I used my magic to erect a barrier deep in size, strong enough to contain these Daedra, and keep them from overrunning the island. The barrier held, for years I maintained it, but I grew old, and I knew that my death would mean the death of all life on Solstheim. My life had to be extended, so I used my knowledge of the black arts, and I turned myself into the creature you see before you. A Draugr, eater of flesh, but my life was infinite. I could keep the barrier intact so that my people might survive. And now you appear. To kill me, perhaps? You may have the power, but perhaps you have a greater purpose here. Fight with me, Dark Elf. Together we might vanquish these creatures, send them back to their unholy place. I will lower the barrier, and we will cleanse the land of this scourge. Let us destroy these creatures together. This is wise. I will lower the barrier that keeps the demon at bay. You and I will be victorious, as the lives of all those above are forfeit if we are not. Beautiful. Alright, let's go kill these dudes. Random. Oh, that's shit. Random frost Atronach that dies in one hit. No, these guys are gonna kill everyone. Poor frost Atronachs. Oh no, there are more of them. Dead. Dead. They're still left. Hey, at least he's keeping up without complaining. It is done. My time is over. You have done a service here today, both to me and to the people of this island. Now I may rest. Before I go, take this. May you have the strength of will to continue your own journey. Thank you. Blech. His name? I sleep. Constant effect, 45 Magica, 75 points. 45 attribute willpower, 10 points. That's pretty good. Too bad we don't use magic. Really. Only spells I use is Soul Trap sometimes, but we have a ring now that does Soul Trap on the entire continent. And Mark and Recall. That the way? This the way out? Yeah. How come one of your gauntlets is chained, the other plate? Because one of them is Wraithguard. The gauntlet you need to wield Keenigan's Sunder to kill Dagothur. The other one is just a normal gauntlet. It has more armor. Got 152. It's got the same now. We've leveled up more medium. Got a better medium armor. But it has shield, constant effect shield 10 points, reflect 20%, resist blight disease 50%, resist shock 10%, resist fire, frost, magic, poison 10%. So like, there's no point in not wearing it even if you're like a light armor user. Do I need to talk to the guy who was standing here, or do we just go straight back? So you could prove the Dark Elves? Why? You hate the Dark Elves? Do I have to?
You've got the better of me, so go ahead.
Crap.
Today is your lucky day, so let's hear it.
Oh,
You want to prove your strength.
what do I have to go here and talk to him? No, he's out. Man, I looked for him. Where is he? He was just standing on the beach.
Now, this is fighting.
Not you. He was standing right here. He was here. There he is. What of Asleep? So he is defeated. It seems there was more to the creature than any of us had imagined. You have done well, Cashew. I, for once, will be proud to call you Skal. Return now to the Skal village. I will meet you there in a while. There are matters I must attend to. You have returned from the lake. You continue to surprise me, Cashew. I have matters to attend to now. We will speak again soon. That I promise you. Please, you must help. The village is under attack by the werewolves. Outside, quickly. Where, doggy?
I've got the cure for your curse.
And there they're all.
Quickly, into the Great Hall. Some of the beasts ran inside.
Of course they did. This weapon is better, I think. It feels like it's much faster. The skull guard that was inside is dead. Fang, however, is nowhere to be found. Fangu! Dokoda! You think Morrowind has a Japanese translation?
I know you have been infected by these werewolves.
I've only just arrived into this horror. It is good you were here to protect these people. You have done well by the skull. My worst fears have been realized, Cashew. These creatures are werewolves, as you surely know. This is not a good omen for our village, and I have more troubling news. I have used my magic to detect any of the infection these beasts leave in their wake. You, my friend, have been infected. The infection seems innocent enough, some weakness perhaps. Sometimes the effects are hardly noticeable. However, in 3 days' time, the victim will become a werewolf himself. It is a fate I would not wish upon my greatest foe. During these 3 days, though, a simple cure disease spell can stop the infection. I beg you to do this. Until then, I fear I cannot allow you to be part of our community. Perhaps infecting others. When you have been cured, I hope you will return to us again. Ah, I no longer sense the infection in you. I am happy for you, and for the Skull as well. You have proven to be a valuable member of this community. You have been true to our people, and the Skull named you Blood Skull. A blood friend to our people. You will be given a home here. Rigmor Halfhand's former residence in which you may rest. Also, it has been decided that you will take part in the Ristag, an important Skull ceremony. A ceremony of blessing and cleansing that we Skull perform only very rarely. These are frightening times, my friend. There have been ominous portents, and they concern me. Fang is missing, and I fear that the Allmaker does not breathe freely on the Skull this day. The ceremony must be completed, but first I will need you to retrieve the Totem of Claw and Fang. It is a powerful artifact, very sacred to the Skull people. It is used to call to us powerful beasts that are used in the Ristag. It was stolen many years ago, and we of the Skull were foolish enough to believe it would not again be needed. I have learned that it may be found in the tomb of Skalara, the east and a bit south of here. Please, return the totem. Okay. We could have just become a werewolf, but then we couldn't continue the story, which is what I want to do, so we can end it. It's fun to be a werewolf. I don't know how, but somehow I became a werewolf at one point. I haven't played that far. Might have just like cheats or something. Maybe you can find werewolves in the wild, I'm not sure. When you jump, you're basically like Superman. Oh, soul gems. Iron Shard Axe. Nordic Silver Claymore. Porogon. Drax put the stash in the Fjell Ice Cave, and Lucian has been notified. I got my cut and am headed back to Somerset Isle. I'll see you there. One more thing. Do me a favor and forget about your obsession with bristleback meat. Yeah, it probably tastes like pork, but it's not worth it. Those things are deadly, and their creepy little riders are more vicious than they look. There's a treasure? Okay. Oh my god. Just give me like super strength so we can annihilate them. This isn't the right one either. An ebony cuirass, glass helm. I don't care. Some gold on the floor. Why am I picking it up? At least we got some nice health potions here. I won't knock that. Give me the money. And some other stuff. Oh, money everywhere. I'm not gonna pick it up. Screw it. So yeah, this might have been interesting at some point. But not anymore. To the east and a little to the south. There. Really good place to level up armor. Have you met the captain in this mine? What? No, I still haven't found the captain. All we have found are some werewolves. We just entered as well, so... Time to repair. Hello, Maury. How's it going? Doggy! This is True Flame. It's the Nerevarine sword. You reforge it in Tribunal. Woke up after being awake for 30-ish hours? Well. Hope you slept well. No, I hate this sword. Let's use the other one. It has a much nicer attack animation. Like, is there a speed difference? Speed 135. Speed 100. Yeah, this sword is better. We're gonna switch it around. I have never played Morrowind? Well. Don't bother. It's like the only reason to play it is like some kind of archaeological excavation. Otherwise, the game is terrible. Cyrodiilic brandy. Yes, that's why I'm here. I don't remember Oblivion too much, so I can't really compare until we get there. I was kind of thinking we would move directly to Oblivion, but then I remembered that we need to play Spellforce. There's one more to go. Please do not play Oblivion. Of course we're gonna play Oblivion. Can't be worse than this trash. We're gonna play some Troll Boys. Oh, they still make changes? Why am I unlocking it? Oh, it's useless. Got some hammers. After playing Skyrim? Well, yeah, but I mean, it's basically the same game. Except that everyone has facial cancer, yes. And schizophrenic voices. It's the dumbest thing, because like they would have been better off doing it just like they do in this game. Every race has one voice actor per gender. But then they're like, no, we gotta have more voice actors. And then they just like mix the voice actors on the same characters. It's retarded. Oblivion is better?
Hello again, friend. What may I do for you?
Well, I would not... Don't think I would say that it's better than Skyrim.
Today's your lucky day. So now
Custom spells, enchantments? No, that's terrible.
you should have picked an easy.
Oh, they're helping me kill these guys? The custom spell and enchantment system is so fucking whatever. Like it barely does anything. In this game, it's completely pointless. You finish the game before you can make a single useful enchantment. Unless you know how to like abuse the system by making an amulet with plus 100 enchant for 1 second. Use it to break. In Oblivion, you stand on a rock and you're broken the game. Well, what am I doing? Talking to this guy.
Hello again, friend. What may I do for you?
You have found the totem. This is good news. Please, take this as a token of my thanks. I hope that your efforts have not left you too drained, as there is still much to be done. For your efforts, I will share with you some knowledge. The Skal have the ability to summon wolves to fight by our sides. You too now possess this ability. The Riestag must now be performed. You have been a great service to the Skal, and it seems right that you take part in the ceremony. Meet at nightfall with Rolf Longtooth, one of our Skal hunters. You will find him by the western shores of Lake Fjalding. He will tell you more about the Riestag and the part you will play in it. Yeah, custom spells is always just like, what size do you want your colored meatballs to be? That's about it. I like the concept of enchanting, but it's always also just like... We're gonna be doing that in Oblivion though. On the western shore. Are those the guys at the hut there? We're gonna play unarmed in Oblivion. Also, I watched Invincible. It was pretty good. R? The fuck was that? But I also think it kind of lost some of what it's trying to do. Because the boys released first.
We must complete the Ristag. The Allmaker demands this.
Also, it's a shame that there are SJWs involved in production. The shows are very different. No, they're similar, but it's like they're still different. But it's still like the same kind of like gory or the realistic approach to superheroes, you know. But it's less edgy than the boys, which is good. Did you think of the finale? It was pretty good, actually. It's a little bit too soft, but it's fine. What do you...
Greetings, Blood.
Who I need to talk to?
Coursed Wind Eye has told me much about you.
But yeah, like I said, I don't really, or not like I said, but I don't really know that much about the comic. But from what I've read, they have like race-bent characters and stuff, which is always a red flag. So we'll see if the show manages to not cancel itself. I don't know how long it's supposed to be, how long the comic is. Yeah, but the fact that it's happening at all, like that's the red flag, because that means that there are SJWs there. Like, there's no point. No one does that unless you're an SJW. Like, there's no point in race bending characters unless you have some kind of agenda. They're like, we need more blacks. Okay, why? Ristag. In the Ristag, we hunt the spirit bear that is conjured by the Totem of Claw and Fang. When it is slain, you will return its heart back to Wind Eye, who will ask for the blessing of the Allmaker. If the Ristag fails or does not succeed by daybreak, the Allmaker will be displeased. You will help ensure our success, friend. More like an anime adaptation than a cartoon based on it. I don't know what that means. Do you mean that comics tend to not be true to the original? Or cartoons? Because the cartoons... Well, no, but more so than cartoons. For sure. There are very often differences though. But yes. You will act as my second. You are to stay with me at all times during the Rishtag, and to follow my instructions exactly. You have proven your value to the Skal, but now you must allow me to guide you through this night. Yeah, I agree. Except for Gintama. Gintama, they do like whatever they want, and it's still like the best anime. It's definitely my favorite anime. Like, except for Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. But they're my favorite for different reasons. What do you... What... Did you hear that? It came from near Satyr the Bold's path. Go to him, Kachu, and make sure he is well. Then return to me so we may complete the hunt. Oh no! Where did he go? Where... I hate this. Who? I was supposed to follow someone?
Give in. You're dead already.
Do you know which site has republishes back in the day? Had repub... I don't know what that means. Republishes of what? When did we last save? Satyr the Bold. What the fuck?
Give in. You're dead already.
How far away are you, if you're even here? I'm so fucking tired of this expansion. It sucks ass. It's like a million times worse than both Tribunal and Morrowind. It's so bad. Like, you're in combat like 90% of the time. And the combat is the worst part of Morrowind. Oh, the quests suck. Like, what are we doing? Where am I going? Who am I looking for?
You should have picked an easier opponent.
What? You're alive? It has failed. Okay. It is 5 a.m. Invincible has 25 volumes, seeing how we got through 3 in season 1. And we need a lot more seasons. Who is producing it? Like, which it's always a streaming site. Which one is producing it? In the Ristag, we hunt the spirit bear that is conjured by the totem, blah 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 blah. You are to stay with me at all times during the Ristag and to follow my instructions exactly. You have proven your value to the skull, blah 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 blah. Okay. Goes to the right, and he goes to the left. Go to Setter the Bold.
Die where you stand.
He's super dead. Setter is dead! This is a bad omen. These creatures are dark spirits indeed. And they will try to disrupt the hunt. We will not allow this to happen. The loss of Satyr is great, but we must continue. Let us go. It's not Netflix, because it doesn't say Netflix in the beginning. What was that? Blast, these creatures are everywhere. Quick, find Grerid Axewife. Do not allow the hunt to be disrupted. I will wait for your return. Axewife is dead? No, she was a good warrior and a good friend. We will not let this stop us, though. We too will continue until the Restag is complete. Though playing unarmed and unarmored in Oblivion is gonna be interesting.
An easier opponent.
Because there is no unarmored armor skill. Oh!
I've got a bone for you. Kill the beast.
So you have to use alteration and restoration. We have defeated those creatures and honored our fallen comrades. Now, though, we must find the spirit bear and return its heart to Windeye. You have proven yourself a valiant warrior. You shall lead the way for the rest of the rise. Okay, where are we going though? There's a bear. Is that a spirit bear? Oh, there it is. White bear. Please be a spirit bear. Not just a normal snow bear. Yes, it was the spirit bear. You have the heart. This is good. Return now to the village and give the heart to Windeye. You have done well tonight, Cashew. Rolf Longtooth calls you friend. I will remain here in these woods for a time. The Allmaker has chosen you to finish this journey alone. Good luck to you. Venture Bros are getting a movie today? Oh, really? That's a good show. So it's releasing today? Is that what you're saying? They announced it today? Alright. So we'll get it in like 2 years. I'm gonna just take the information. I'll sit it in the bin then. Until you come in here in 2 years and say that it's released. You were to assist in performing the Restag. You have the heart. You have done well, as the Skal have come to expect of you. Your efforts are not unappreciated. Allow me to teach you more of the Skal magic. The ritual I teach you now will allow you to summon a bear to your side to aid you in battle. You have earned this, Blood Skal. Now I fear we must speak more of the ominous signs that have appeared on the island. Yeah, but where's the captain? There have been many, though I have been reluctant to speak of them. The coming of the werewolves, the fire on the lake, and now I've been told that the northern shores are the scene of a massacre. Many Horkers are dead. The shores are littered with corpses, and the death of the Horkers has not been explained. All these things are suggested in the Blood Moon prophecy. I hate prophecies. I prefer to think that it is the work of mortals. I would have you travel to Castle Karstag and confirm my suspicion. It is a castle made of ice on the northwest part of Solstheim. There lives the frost giant Karstag. The Skal have lived in peace with the monster for many years, but we have heard nothing from the giant for some time. This slaughter could be the workings of the Ricklings that serve him. Go there and find out what you can. You will not be allowed in the main entrance, but we have recently discovered an entrance in the waters north of the castle. Good luck to you, Blood Skal.
The Restag is complete.
Okay.
Praise be to the You should have picked an easier opponent.
How does it feel?
Fuck off! Oh, leave me alone! There are way too many of you. There are dead Horkers everywhere. There it is.
It's an easier opponent.
Alright, let's see here. Can we recharge anything? Hope's fire? Can we repair anything? How is armor still only 63? Hell? Whoa! A dark elf. Ugly thing, aren't you? Too tall. What business you got at Castle Karstag? And make it quick, no time to talk. Dead Horkers? Rancid Horker meat. You're asking the wrong guy. I know someone who might be able to help though, but I've got my own problems. Oh no. The master, Karstag that is, has taken off. Gone. Don't know why, don't know where, but seems like he was coming back. Didn't seem like he was coming back. So some of the boys and I figured we'd take over the place. Dalk has been running the show upstairs. Moron, Toady, Master's pet. Right, sneak attack from below, very clever. We even made a deal with the pack of Grawl to act as muscle. Didn't work out so well. See, these Grawl aren't the most trustworthy. Turned on my guys. Ate them, actually. I'm the only one left and I can't even get upstairs now. Right, and neither can you. See, no one can enter the castle without the mast. Karstag's blessing. Which I... he was gonna say master. Which I have. I figured you'd help me get past the Grawl. I'll get you into the castle. Then you can ask little Dulk anything you want. So come on, let's move. Okay. Killed Karstag? How could you? No, he's not home. So we have no trouble. I do need those restore health potions, so it's kind of worth opening them. Look at this guy with the spoilers. Ruining my bloodline story. Blood moon story. You have any idea how invested I was in this storyline? No, I'm definitely 100 times more invested in Spellforce. This game fucking sucks ass. The story is awful. The only good thing about this game at all is the music, which is okay. Like, this game is absolute dog shit. Where are we going? Was this where we came from? Was. The Spellforce does not have good writing, but it's better than this. Like, there's barely anything in this game. You're just doing like a bunch of side quests and then you like punch Dagathur in the face. No, you don't even do that. You punch him on the random heart sitting there and then he just fizzles out. Before that, all you did was to run around proving yourself that you're the Nerevarine. Feels more like you're playing a tutorial or something. Entire game. That's the second time there's a car alarm in my town, which is really weird. There are not car alarms in my town, ever. Second time today. Okay, that's all of them. You can talk to that annoying little Dulk if you want. I'll be right behind you. Where did you go? Come on, you disgusting little rat. Yeah, we're not going through all of these. What's a fork? What's that? Oh, nothing. Who wants to die? I'll kill you all for free. I think my friend just died. Yep, he's dead. Matter though. Throne room. What are you doing here? The master will not be pleased, and you come with Krish. Evil, evil Krish. Krish is bad, and you are bad for helping him. What is you want? You should leave. Death of the Horkers. This was not our doing. Not even Krish could have done this. He was too busy here. I was too busy here. The master is gone. Gone with the wolves. Big wolves. Evil wolves. Wolves that walk like men. Took the master days ago. No time for the fat Horkers, and Dulk did none of this. Yes, yes, the master is gone. He must return soon. The wolves came and took him away. Big wolves, evil wolves. Yeah. Where did they go? I don't care that you're standing there. I'm gonna loot your throne room. Got scuttle, common shoes, one iron bolt, and one bone mold bolt. Oh, this was Karstag's chambers. Need these potions. Ancestor's ring, you can keep that. This is where you sleep? Weirdo. Invisibility ring. Why not? I wonder how difficult a constant invisibility ring is to make. Probably really difficult. Okay, so what did we learn here? We learned that they did not do it. Right, let's go back. I think if I run back with all of these guys, the town guards might be in trouble. We'll save before we go into the town proper. We need to talk to this lad. I feared as much. Even those creatures could not have caused such carnage. This is a bad sign, Cashew, and I fear we have not yet seen the worst. Take this. From what I hear of those Grawl, it will be a valuable aid to you. Perhaps it will keep you safe during the troubled times ahead. Now, I fear we must speak more about the Blood Moon prophecy. It is time we spoke of this. The legend tells of a time that occurs once in each era, when a demon god will walk the land in the company of his hounds, creatures of terrible might. He is the hunter, and his coming is preceded by 3 signs. I had prayed that I had misread the signs, misunderstood the prophecy, but I am sure it is not so. The first tells of a fire from the Eye of Glass. This we have seen on Lake Fjalding, though I had hoped it was mere magic from the Draugr lore. Next, the prophecy tells us the tide of woe. Even now, our shores are lined with the corpses of the Horkers, dead for a reason we cannot fathom. Finally, the prophecy tells us of the Blood Moon. When the young moon itself turns red with the blood of the hunter's prey, look to the skies. O Lodskal. The third sign is upon us. Now we wait for the hunter's game. According to legend, it varies from era to era. Our grandfathers' grandfathers tell of a time when the hunter and his hounds preyed upon entire tribes of men. Taken to the hunting grounds, the men were hunted by the hounds. The ones that died were the lucky. The survivors faced the hunter himself. In another era, the hunter took only a single man as his prey. It is said if the prey can last through the Blood Moon, the hunter returns to his demon realm for another era. We have only to await the hunter's plan. There is little to be done until he lets it be known to us. Certainly it will not be long. I fear for our people, Lodskal. There is little I can do to protect them at times. I have only to pray to the Allmaker, that he watches over us and keeps us from the hunter's grasp.
The Restog is complete. Praise be to the All-Maker. It'll be your blood. You should have picked an easier opponent. You're bested.
You're over encumbered because he gave me a sword, a long blade. 4 to 50, 4 to 55, 4 to 55. Fire damage, weakness to fire 50%. Nah. It's worse. Gonna put it on the ground. Looks nice though. Alright, we have to await the... Can I help you? Oh my god. So we wait for a little bit.
What's this all about? The Restog is complete. Praise
Let's take a nap. There we go.
You have arrived. The others have been here for days now, and you are the last. It is time for my hunt, and you are to take part. I have chosen only the most worthy to take part in the hunt. Carius of the Imperials, Fang of the Skal, the Frost Giant Karstab, and you. You have proven yourself a worthy hunter, and so you have been given this honor. You and the others are to find your way to my hunting grounds. Take great care, as only one of you will earn the glory of facing the hunter himself in battle while the blood moon lights the sky. The others have gone ahead, so only you remain to begin. Beware, mortal. My hounds are about, and they hunger for blood. Perhaps I will see you soon. Now go.
Okay. Cashew! It is you. I'm sorry you too have been brought to play in this nefarious game. Since the werewolves captured me at the fort, I have been held here by this demon, Hersine. Soon others joined me. One of the Nords named Fang, along with a beast named Karstag. I believe the only hope for escape is to find our way through this maze. There he is, yep. We were just doing a bunch of bullshit that had nothing to do with anything and didn't amount to anything. That is what the demon told me. We are to fight our way through this maze, which is hunted by the werewolves the demon calls his hounds. I am weak, my friend, and have been here for too long. Perhaps together we can find our way to safety. We must find the key to allow us through the gate in the center of this maze. Let us go together. I am glad for your companionship. Together we will fight our way through these demon hordes and escape this evil prison. There is a door to the center of this maze, but we will need a key to enter. Let us go find this key and leave this place. Can I join the Imperial Legion now? Can we talk about that right now? He's gonna die in the first encounter, isn't he? These guys were a lot tankier. Oh no, I think my sword is just getting low on durability. Whoa! Whoa! Where did that come from? I wonder if you take more damage in the back. Which weapon? Yep, there he died. All right. Yep, died at the first encounter. Just as I predict. The NPCs don't scale with you, so... Now we're fighting like turbo wolves. And that guy just terrible in comparison. Just can't compete. I mean, I can barely compete. Yeah, he died. Got the glowing key. Yeah, the lore doesn't suffer from retarded gameplay. Do I need to recharge this bad boy? Yep. Let's see, how good are these? Here. Really bad. Where'd the others go? Couldn't capture anyone. Oh my god! They might have been capturable, but I don't think I have any soul stones left. I can fit them. Because you can't buy soul stones anywhere. That's the exit. It's you, Cashew. How did you get to this place? We have little time, I fear. The frost giant Karstag is gone ahead. Even now, I fear he may win this battle before me. Perhaps together we can fight through this. Perhaps together we can find our way to the end. With you by my side, the hunter will have met his match. Fang will bring glory to his people. What say you? Let us go together. Will you survive the first encounter? Oh, good job. Now, how much damage did you take in the... Oops. That's wrong. And, are you regaining any of it? Holy shit. This is worse than fighting the rats in Oblivion in the beginning when you put the difficulty on maximum. That takes like half an hour per rat. We should grab a shield. No reason to not have one. Well, one reason is to just finish the goddamn game. That one's empty. This is as far as we go, Cashew. I have the key to reach the next stage of the Hunter's Challenge, and only I shall continue. This hunt is for Heartfang, and Heartfang alone. Many generations have I lived now. Hersine's ring on my finger. This hunt is my birthright. Heartfang alone shall face the hunter. Heartfang alone shall earn the glory of the hunt. See now the power I was born to wield. You now face Heartfang in his true form, the form he was born to wear. Wow, you're a werewolf! And you're like the easiest werewolf in this entire maze. As Heartfang breathes his last breath, the Hersine's ring disappears from his finger and has found a new owner. Oh no. I think he actually was like almost dead. From getting bashed by the other guys. Mantle of Woe. Okay. Would you like to use the Ring of Hersine? What does that mean? I'm gonna turn into a werewolf? Yes. Wee. Holy shit, this is ass! It does roughly the same damage as we did before. But we got almost 500 more hit points. We also have no armor now. What does it do? Eye of the Wolf, 25 points. Detect animal, 4,000 feet. Restore health, Spirit of the Wolf, 1 point per second. Fortify attribute. Nope. Has guard against terror. Nope. It gives us like it gives us plus 50 strength, plus 50 agility, minus luck. So basically it gives us plus 50 strength, plus 10 agility, and plus 10 endurance, and like minus 40 luck. Compared to our normal stats. Now the question is, how long does this shit last? At least you run fast. Makes it easier to dodge. You can jump very high. Whee! Whee! Wee! Wee! But we don't have access to our inventory, so we can't like heal or anything. Did it never end? No. Neither does this silly form. Seems to have pretty decent range though. Well, maybe not. You can become vampire and werewolf in Elder Scrolls Online as well. But seemingly what it means is that everyone becomes a vampire or a werewolf. This makes you better. This is called a mace. No, it's not called a mace because you're spelling it wrong. Very embarrassing. Ah! But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the definition of a mace in pop culture has just ruined it. Ouch, don't hit me. Can't rest, there are enemies nearby? Oh, sweet. Sweet. So we just gotta... We just gotta wait for the regen to kick in? Is that what you're saying? So we regen 1 hit point per second. And we have 900 hit points. That means... It's gonna take... What, like 15 minutes to... regen full. Kill enemies nearby. Oh my god. What okay I was talking about. But we're through. There's still enemies nearby? What do you want me to do? Cannot rest in werewolf form. Yeah? And make it end. Oh, there we go. For a second there, I thought all my gear was gone. There's the amulet. Zura. Do we have another ring that I need? Oh, sure. Fortified willpower isn't. That's a giant. Or a giant. I'll switch to my fire weapon. Fight the fire, the ice from Frost Giant. Holy shit, he's fast! Through the spells. No, we got nothing. Looks like a big teddy bear. Oh. We're gonna die a lot if Skyrim is anything to go by. I would use the same strat in Skyrim. Sure, it would work just as well. Did he not have anything? Oh.
So, you are the one. You have escaped my hounds and beaten back the other challengers. I had rather expected the giant to prevail, but no matter. You have proven yourself a worthy hunter. And you have earned the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a mortal. You are to be my prey. I ask you though, what is it that makes a hunter great? Is it his strength, the speed with which he strikes? Or is it his guile, the ability to outwit his prey? Answer me, mortal, and decide your fate.
What is the hunter's greatest strength? Guile.
So you have chosen, and so shall be your fate. To face me in all my glory would be less than sporting. So you shall face but one of my aspects, the one you have chosen. We have little time. The blood moon sinks low in the sky. Prepare yourself, mortal, for now you are the hunted.
Okay. No, he hit me. No, he paralyzed me. How many times can you do that? Bonk out. Wow, that was sick! Wow, that's so cool! We got his spear. I'm glad we did this last as a spear build. Scene, the Spear of the Hunter. Cast when strikes, paralyze for 10 seconds, burden 50 points for 10 seconds on touch, poison 4 points for 5 seconds on touch. The enchantment is absolute dog shit, but it does do 40 to 60. Which is still probably worse than just using the sword.
This cannot be. The blood moon falls, and the prey still lives. You have defeated my aspect, but I will return mortal. The blood moon will rise again, and my hounds will walk the lands. Let this world enjoy its brief respite, for Hircine will hunt again.
That was super loud. As I left the glacier, I heard the loud rumbling sound, as if the entire structure were coming down around me. I found myself outside of the fallen ice mountain, with Hircine's message echoing in my thoughts. The hunter has been defeated, but he will return one day to hunt again. Oh. Let's go back to the village. But I am guessing that is it. Like, there's nothing more here. It's just gonna be like, you defeated him. Good job. Now fuck off. Like 40 people chasing me. I'm gonna leave it to the guards. Oh shit. We're naked. I need my Netabarine pants. And my Netabarine shirt. Wherever that is. My Restore Fatigue shirt. The Blood Moon prophecy is no more, and the Skal should live on. The time of Tharstan Heartfang passed, but the Skal will remember him as a once great warrior who has fallen. The prophecy is ended, the werewolves dwindle in numbers, the fire in the lake is no more, and the Horkers have begun to return to the island. You will be honored among the Skal for the part you played in this, Cashew. Okay. I want to do one final thing before we uninstall this game. One final thing.
This is too easy.
Oink, 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 oink. Did I miss him? Like over here? Where's the further south?
Candy, candy, he makes so much. Uncle Sweetshare has a magic touch. So it's back to the workshop in the snow, with lovely lanterns all aglow. Hee hee, ha ho, hee hee hee, ha ha ho. Arg.
Alright, bitch. Think you're so tough over there? With your spells?
Fool.
Come on. I know my fatigue or my hand-to-hand is terrible, but I still have 100 strength. No, but hand-to-hand isn't based on strength, I think, at all. You can change that with the open Morrowind thing, but it has like other repercussions. There's another checkbox that makes it not apply to werewolves, so otherwise werewolves will like one-shot you. Come on. Come on. You're a drug addict. You shouldn't have this much energy. Come on, how much fatigue do you have? What the fuck? You're like smashing the attack button as well. I mean, I have 100 speed as well. Come on. Elder Scrolls, or this game is definitely the wrong way to do scaling. I like scaling content for your level if you insist on doing level systems. I would not do level systems in the game, but this is definitely the wrong way to do it. I don't like levels either. Or it depends. Or just single player RPGs, I really don't like them. And if you want them, you can do other things with them than just like stats. You can add like perks and talent points and whatever. I don't like when you just scale in hit points and shit. He's just not going down. Fine. Alright. Give me your moon sugar. More moon sugar. I didn't even die eating all that moon sugar. What are you guys afraid of? Doesn't do anything. Anyway, I guess that's Morrowind. I absolutely despise this game. I think it's probably... No, it's easily in my top 5 list of most overrated games of all time. It is absolute dog shit. And we're gonna play Battle Force 3 Fallen God tomorrow then. And then we'll do Oblivion, Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Online. For a little while. I'm not sure how far we'll play Elder Scrolls Online, but I want to try playing it as a single-player story game. Just like you would play the other ones. Because that's, in my opinion, like how it's intended to be played. And then there's like actual raiding content and shit after that as well. But Blood Moon ended about decent time for ending the stream anyway, so we'll... I feel like shit anyway. I probably think I won't do an art stream tomorrow, but we'll see. I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel like I have a fever, even if I don't have a fever. So yeah, I'll see you around. Hang it. Good night. Bye bye.